idea is not, again, also what Crystal said, to reinvent the wheel or to recreate the knowledge, but to also develop partnerships. So this is why we have these partnerships with AFUR or with SMAP or with IRENA and with SEA, with Sustainable Energy Africa, where we want to work with pre-existing knowledge and pre-existing templates, which we can then, through the medium of policy catalyst, bring to larger networks and create also a lot of peer exchange, which we find to be quite interesting as well, because, I mean, this is also something Samuel mentioned in terms of the development of the mini-grid regulation tool, but also the tariff tool, where it's good to create these channels of exchanges as well. Oftentimes when we have worked with regulators or ministry members in different countries, we also get feedback where they want to know, okay, what are these other countries doing? How have they approached it? And it's good to kind of bring them together, and that's also what the approach is under Policy Catalyst, to not just do this one-on-one, but together. And it's something that has actually, in our experience, proved to be very informative and successful in a manner of speaking. Where we got very good feedback from the participating countries under our distributed generation segment. With mini-grids, we have not yet started, but this is under conceptualization, and the tool that I mentioned is also something that we would streamline through the Policy Catalyst mini-grid window. So yeah, this is sort of a new and a different approach that we are now taking towards technical assistance, basically, yeah.
When it comes to AFUR, and very many, Christelle, Bhumika have both hinted on it, when it comes to things of peer reviewing, we have, at AFUR, we have actually encouraged that. We still encourage that with all the, we call them knowledge products that we come up with, the tariff tools and things like that. We're encouraging more and more people to review that, because we believe we're not the only ones with the knowledge, and that there are more, usually there are more qualified people who are more experienced, that can look at something and point out that you can improve here. So that's something new that we are trying to do. But aside from that, as an organization, we have looked at these various collaborations, because through the peer reviews, we have managed to come up with collaborations. I can tell you, Get Transform looked at our tariff tool. That's how even the idea of this generation tool for the mini-grid regulations even came up. UNDP did the same, AFDB did the same. You build a wider network of people that you can speak to. You find that we are so many people on the continent who are all trying to address one question, but we're doing it differently. And sometimes it's better to turn to the person who's addressing part of that question better than you, and just offering them that, your network, which is what at AFUR we have discovered really works well. Our members, I can tell you, various regulators are hungry for knowledge, but everyone here has knowledge in different capacity. And I can tell you, with Get Transform, we did quarterly webinars. That knowledge was well received. UNDP, their knowledge products, our members are hungry for it. The regulators are always eager for knowledge. Same thing goes for AFDB. This knowledge is there on the continent, but we need to work together, and that's something that we are trying to do at AFUR. And we have found that our members prefer to get this knowledge as long as they understand that, okay, it has been brought to an African context, and that's something that we always keep trying to do as AFUR, that, yeah, the African context has to be put into this, this various technical assistance and the knowledge, and it comes out well. And the feedback always comes through to us that we liked this, can we improve on this? Because I can tell you that African regulators, African policymakers are hungry for knowledge, and they really want to take their people further. And the only way to do that is by receiving this knowledge.
Thank you, Samuel. Just if I can just add something to that about new sort of strategies. So what we've done at AMAP is we're in 8 countries, providing technical assistance, and we need to be more systematic. So we've sort of looked at something, sort of sensitively standardized, if you like. You know, we know that there's almost a sort of a fixed number of barriers, you know, to, well, in our case, green mini-grid development, and, you know, countries present a sort of a different mix of these barriers. So what we had developed as a sort of a regional contract was what we call a MAP framework, a sort of a market acceleration program. And in that, it's you know, it's a sort of a ready-to-go sort of toolkit. So in there's you know, the kinds of terms of reference, if you like, based on, you know, to outline the work that might need to be done. So it's sort of preloaded. So all these terms of reference, whether it's about, you know, policy support or regulatory support or finance related or planning or site identification or all those sorts of things, you know, we have developed these terms of reference. So we could sort of consider them 90% complete. So they're ready to go, to be adjusted where needed to particular contexts. So we've got these terms of reference. We've also developed training materials, particularly for regulators and policymakers, but more broadly as well, that cover the key issues, and we've got them in 3 languages, English, French, and Portuguese. So that's also part of our sort of resource toolkit, as well as a collection of, you know, templates and tools, you know, a basic tariff tool, a financial model, you know, a concession contract, a service agreement, and all those sorts of things. So it's, you know, we kind of know, we do believe that, you know, the countries are more similar than they are different, but we acknowledge the differences at the same time. So what we do is we have an initial diagnosis. So we go in and send a consultant in to evaluate, you know, the shape and state of the sector. And from there, it's a sort of decision-making tree, and we then go to, look, we're going to need to deploy this kind of expertise or this sort of technical assistance, and we have that kind of preloaded, if you like, that particular terms of reference, and we can go to market easier. You know, and if in that process, in the diagnostic, you know, it's an assessment about, you know, capacity building requirements. So we have the training materials, which we're going to discuss a bit more as the conversation evolves. So, you know, we think it's, you know, we think we need to get better and more effective and a little bit more standardized in country preparation strategies. So we have developed this map, and it's going to be, you know, we use it. We've piloted it in Madagascar, and, you know, we've looked at it in other countries. And, you know, we're still working on it, but I do think it's a framework that might guide, you know, market preparation strategies, just make things a little bit easier through a level of standardization without, you know, crushing the idiosyncrasies and differences. So, yeah, I mean, I think what we're saying is we're trying to learn, you know, sort of running repairs, if you like. We're trying to get better at our job. And we are increasingly relying on different sort of strategies and techniques to get where we need to be. So I have a third question. And I mean, what I've noticed in conversations, you know, particularly since AMAP is a technical assistance facility, we can support various activities in different countries or across regions. And, you know, a lot of people are interested in, say, you know, what about more training? Let's do more training in this particular area, this number of people, and those sorts of skills. And, you know, there's a lot of money and there's a lot of support or investment going into various technical assistance activities. And we always kind of ask the question, you know, how do we know that's the right place to put the money? You know, how do we validate? How do we verify what we do? So, I mean, I think, you know, that's the sort of next round of discussions is what do you, as an organization, I mean, there's so many sort of...
It was formulated, and when it starts actually, and you have a project team in place. So there is always this question, you know, and the mini-grid sector evolving so fast. Now, is it still relevant to what we had planned in design phase? What has changed since then, and so on? So I think, yeah, we have different mechanisms we've tried to address this question. One is we have, like, almost all national projects are actually conducting or, you know, planning to do a national dialogues on mini-grid delivery models. And the idea here is really to create a stakeholder platform, a multi-stakeholder platform, like a working group, which gather all key relevant stakeholders in the mini-grid space in a country. So you will have, of course, the government, regulator, you will have the developers there represented, you will have, of course, the financiers. And the idea here is really to discuss, okay, so currently, today, now, what is really preventing the sector to scale? What are the challenging, and we look really more specifically in the delivery model, because this is always the key sort of element that will determine also a lot of other parameters, like what kind of regulatory framework do you need, and so forth. And so we are really trying to discuss now, issues around who owns the asset of the mini-grids, who is going to finance them, who is going to operate them. And this is usually not necessarily, either not so well defined, or we know that the current model, there is a model here, but it needs to be evolved, it needs to be somehow modified to really bring, the scale we need and allow the sector to grow. So this is what we are trying to do. And we also know that we really take the country where it is, and the objective is to try to get to some form of national consensus on what is sort of the optimal delivery model. There can be also several, but usually, it goes to one specific delivery model that is really appropriate to a particular country, and that can now really, answer these questions and lift some of the barriers. And the national dialogue also goes, of course, then once you've sort of defined this, it also then leads to define, so what needs to sector is facing when the private sector wants to invest in mini-grids. And so we have a categorization, and so basically through, again, interviews, targeted stakeholders consultation, we get a bit of a view on what are the key risks, and that gives you, again, what would be the key policy measures that should be implemented by the government to address these risks. And that is kind of a starting point as well to see now, to work more on, with the government on what are the key activities you sort of as a project, as for instance an AMP, what could you do or what could you adjust to make sure this sort of address these risks that you have identified. So we have these tools, and that's, and again, these activities are done in almost all the national projects so that we have a good view on where this stands at the beginning when it starts implementation.
Thank you. Yes, it's true that we want to do more and more and more, but also that we don't always have endless resources. Resources can be limited, and then we always have to prioritize or optimize and think about how best to address the different issues or topics. At Get Transform, the way we are set up, we have so to say, country coordinators and technical experts who form part of the country team itself. So we are quite connected to the regulators, to the utilities, or to other ministry departments and other public sector agencies that we are working together with, and have quite continuous, constant dialogues with them on an ongoing basis. So we can always check our priorities, what are the topics that they are interested in, what are their greatest needs at the moment, and how can we best address these. But at the same time, although we are a program in ourselves as Get Transform, we are part of a broader umbrella program that's called Get Pro. And within Get Pro, we have the African EU Energy Dialogue, which is anyhow quite high level, but provides also a lot of priorities in terms of what are high level topics that are of more interest at a certain point in time, and have regular dialogues, for instance, with African Union Commission, and at the same time. Our sister program, which is Get Invest, has a lot of collaborations across different territories with the private sector. So they provide private sector support to companies to get them to finance readiness, for instance. And so they have a lot of knowledge in terms of what's really going on in the markets and on the ground. And we have regular consultations with them, for instance.
On the side of AFO, we usually do what you would call periodic needs assessments. We have over 40 members, regulator members, as members of AFO, and different members have different needs. So you'll find that over time, and we did one of our needs assessment together with Get Transformed, so we found different topics that the regulators wanted what you'd call capacity building on. So there you know, okay, this is maybe what the next project should be about. This is the capacity building or the technical assistance that the members most need, where you find that on average, maybe 30 of the members hint on one subject, the other 10 hint on another. So you know how to structure them, how to put them in a sequential manner, where you know, okay, we'll start with this, go with this, and probably end with this. The other thing that we do is we interact a lot with, for example, I mentioned AMDA. We interact a lot with them, and because they hear what the private sector is doing, we get an idea of the areas that the private sector feels that the regulators are lacking on. And we take that back to our members, and our members say, okay, maybe we can do something on that. So we build on that. So that way you're not just bringing each and every single thing in terms of technical assistance to your various members, but you're bringing something that is important, something that will benefit the entire sector as a whole. So that's pretty much how we do it at AFO.
Okay. Thanks, Samuel. I mean, I think opportunities are evolving. So I think we have to sort of continuously reassess, you know, whether what we intend doing is really what ought to be done. And I think, you know, from one of our issues was, you know, under Pillar 3, we had a certain budget allocation for mini-grid developer support. And I think at the time going in, and again, this, you know, this is probably, you know, this thinking probably happened 2 years before the program got approved, and now we're in year 3 or 4, so we're 5 or 6 years into it. You know, would these assumptions still hold up? So what we did, and we weren't certain about it, and it actually referred back to that whole sort of training thing. I think one of the offers was we would train 2,000 people, but why 2,000 and what people and where and for what purpose sort of thing. So what we did to sort of clarify, you know, we wanted to make sure it was market driven. You know, that we're not sort of imposing a solution conceived in an office 6 years ago on the sector to no one's benefit, and not ourselves either. So we had and also when you have conversations, you know, Samuel was talking about talking to AMDA, the African Mini-Grid Developers Association. If you talk to individual organizations, you know, you have to kind of do your own analysis. You know, they're going to say that's, you know, and not all the mini-grid members or developers are members of AMDA. I mean, as you know, AMDA's doing a great job, but that's just the reality. So what we did is we had a company do a market needs assessment. So they went and they spoke to loads of developers, mini-grid developers at various stages of maturity, because I think those requirements might differ from startups to more established. They spoke to organizations, UNDP's AMP, AFUR, amongst others, AMDA. So we had a proper market scoping exercise to decide, you know, what does the market really need in terms of developer support? And it was interesting. I mean, some of those assumptions that we had about the 2,000 people being trained, you know, very quickly fell away, and you know, and what emerged was more sort of, you know, ESG frameworks that were more accessible to mini grids, obviously compliant with financiers' expectations, and I think it's also something ARE is interested in as well, and then also, you know, other issues such as, you know, we used to run the Green Mini-Grid Help Desk, so to revive that and refresh it to, you know, be fit for purpose for an evolving market, which was, you know, interesting for us, as well as, which didn't quite fall under Pillar 3 because, you know, it's more sort of a Pillar 2, well, sort of a bit of a cross, but also technical assistance for particularly startup companies around, you know, business management. And it's been a constant discussion, you know, in all the sessions about capacity. I think, Zhao Kuno from CIFO mentioned it in the earlier session yesterday, that, the capacity isn't there. And that was something that came out quite clearly in that market needs assessment. So we're also looking at putting together a sort of a terms of reference or means of support to enable, not so much absolute startups, but developers that have 1 or 2 or 3 mini grids under their belt, sort of thing. And we're looking at how to provide legal and financial technical assistance to those organizations just to get them over the line or around the corner type of thing. So anyway, I mean, that's what AMAP is doing, and we're all doing sort of different things, but I think we all approach it similarly. We need to, our resources are limited, our time is limited, the numbers are mounting. Whatever we do, we have to get it right, and it has to be market driven. So, thanks for the contributions there. I think the last point, and actually one of the reasons why we sort of decided to get together and we've been talking is collaboration. I mean, I think when I joined AMAP, Christelle and I used to have a sort of a monthly meeting, and it was, you can't say like, no, my program's going very well. How's your program going? No, that's also going very well. Very well, and then you sort of break it down over time, and we start sort of discussing different aspects of it, and and Samuel on another issue as well.
We have partnerships happening at regional level that can then benefit the entire national projects. And then, of course, also at national level, the individual now projects also now liaise with partners through, again, the dialogue I mentioned or other avenues. We also have our country offices, UNDP country offices. They have been in the country for decades, so they know also very well the ecosystem, and that is also helping. So more specifically now for AMP, what we have discussed recently with AFDB, for instance, being together in the program, was to create a joint technical advisory committee. The idea being to gather, a limited group of experts, really, key players in the field, key partners that can now sit down for, every other month or so. And then we can present what we are doing. We can keep them updated on what both AMAP, AFDB, AMAP, and AMP are doing. And then that has 2 advantages. I mean, first of all, of course, we get feedback from the key players in the field. But also by doing that, we can also now more easily see what are the areas where we could potentially overlap, where we can really make synergies, and so on. So this is one of the mechanisms we've put in place. And the other one is, of course, also now through the community of practice, led by RMI, and a good example is now this week. As I mentioned, we are combining both being here at a public conference, so exposing all our national projects to all these now, key stakeholders in the space, and at the same time providing capacity building to them and making sure this is also, really effective. So that's the, a few examples of what we are trying to do to be more effective in terms of collaborating together. And maybe also just to mention that we've also been, of course, discussing with, Get Transform and AFUR, especially on the tools they are developing, which are fantastic for us, for our community of practice, because we keep having questions, how do you calculate tariff, what are the good methodologies? And then suddenly we find out that, AFUR, together with partners, has been developing like the model tariff tool for mini-grids after consulting all the players, reflecting all the best practices. So that for us is wonderful. Then we organized webinars with Samuel presenting to all the groups. And of course, when countries are more interested, then AFUR, Get Transform, or others can now really go maybe and do a deeper dive training, in the country, for instance. So this is, the mechanisms we try to set up to collaborate.
Yes, I mean, as Crystal mentioned already, we have a lot of these monthly meetings, not just with AMP, also bi-monthly meetings with AFUR, to really keep in touch with the different players out there in the sector, to hear from them what they are working on, what are the different topics that we can have more synergies on. And I mean, it seems also as if we are holding sometimes these different puzzle pieces. Like Crystal said, there are sometimes questions about tariff, and then AFUR has this tariff tool that basically could fit in very well. And I feel also this Africa Model Mini-Grid regulatory tool that I talked about, and also Samuel mentioned earlier today, is going to be one of these big puzzle pieces that we will do this together collaboratively, of course, with AFUR, where we will roll it out and support in terms of implementation in as many countries as we can reach, but we cannot reach all the countries that are in need. And then there we can have other collaborations with AMP, for instance, or even with AFDB, for instance, or others out there, and are quite happy for them to take it on and adopt it as well. And we, for instance, plan to do a wider peer review, for instance, that would come with a webinar, and then we will share it with whoever is interested in looking deeper into it and providing us with comments. And after that, once it is published, then it's there on the website. We will host it on the AFUR website, and it would basically be there for anybody to use it. It wouldn't be just something that GetTransform or just AFUR are going to provide implementation support on. And just beyond the tool itself, I mean, for instance, we have different kinds of setups and collaborations. As we talked earlier, it's not always possible for just the one organization to do everything. We don't also always have all the expertise just under one house. And so, for instance, we are also an implementation partner together with RETA, which have other organizations who are also part of this pool, for instance, World Bank, SMAP, or RMI even, that Crystal here mentioned is partnering with UNDP. And through this medium, it's also possible for us to, in case we receive a request that we are not able to cater to in that moment, we can pass it on to other partners through the RETA platform, and vice versa. So if they receive something that they are not in the moment able to address, then they can also look towards us, towards GetTransform, to see if this is something that we can take over. And since
we all have different sets of skills, so it's about tapping into one another, and that's something that we realize as AFUR, that we can't do everything alone. You'll be stretched if you try to do everything alone. But if you want to reach so many people, you'll look for someone who probably has more experience than you do, or who even has a wider network. It's pretty much like Christelle said, we presented our tool to their country windows, and that went well. At the end of the day, you would have found that probably the countries would have ended up reinventing a wheel that already exists, and that's a challenge. Furthermore, at AFUR, we are always encouraging and looking forward to our regional partnerships. We have partnerships with the likes of RERA in Southern Africa. We have partnerships with COMESA. That way we can reach a lot more people with the work that we're doing. We can also, in the collaborations that we do with our partners such as GetTransform, UNDP, and AFDB, we see that if you have these regional partnerships as well, you can tap into the technical assistance and spread it to a much wider group of people. So that's something that us as AFUR, we continuously keep doing.
Thanks, Samuel. You know, I think at AMAP, we're working on something quite interesting, and it's an event, or we're going to pre-pilot it here, UNDP in the lead. But you know, what we had is we had a set of resources, and I think this is a sort of a great sort of collaborative story. So AMAP had developed these training materials as part of our map toolkit type of thing. But you know, they're passive until you need them, unless you act on them now. And we got chatting, I think it was Christa and I, or maybe all three of us, Samuel as well, initially. So, you know, we've only got sort of 8 countries, and perhaps not all those 8 countries require this kind of capacity building. Whereas, so we've got the resources, we've got the training materials in different languages, etc. But you know, AMP has access to 21 countries. We don't have access to 21 countries. And AFUR has, in our membership, regulators are members of AFUR. There's between 30 and 40 members. So AFUR's got access, to the people that we would like to sort of pilot the training on. So, I mean, it's taken us months of weekly meetings and what have you, but it's a really interesting initiative. So we've got, the first deck is on regulations. So we've been working hard on on making it a bit, rendering it a bit more sort of teachable, if you like. And I think it's an interesting initiative. We, as you said, we're pre-piloting it here tomorrow with a group of AMP regulators or country members. So it's, I think it's interesting times, and there is a need to be a bit more systematic about this and not have sort of isolated training initiatives. And it's kind of that sort of sensitively standardizing approach. So, but anyway, I think it's a good example of where collaboration can get us. I think without that conversation, those training materials could have been sitting in a folder on a computer and not being used. So maybe another example is the help desk. I mean, it came out of our market sector review that it's a resource that needs to be revitalized. It has a role to play, but it's not just AMAP or AFDB that needs to develop those resources. It's not just a parking place for AFDB activities. It's also something that AMP could use. Whatever resources don't fit in the community of practice, or we look at, here's the help desk, what is the role of the community of practice? Let's do something complementary, not overlapping. And again, with our FUA's, tariff tool, we could also put that on AFDB's help desk. So it's a collaborative exercise. We're sort of loosening up in terms of brand and ownership, and we're getting more from it. Okay, so that's really the end of the discussion. I think before we close, perhaps we could go to a Q&A if there are any questions from the audience. At anyone or all of us, please let me know. No. Yes. Sorry? Separately. Well, we fund it separately. We represent different organizations. So there's no sort of financial resources or funding involved in our collaborations. It's really just getting more from the funding we have already. Are you talking about training, for instance?
In terms of the service delivery you are offering to all these members, is it free of charge at the point of service?
I'm not sure I understand.
I can answer that for you. Yes, that's the answer I'm going to hazard to say, because I can give you, for example, the tariff tool, the regulation generation tool. It's the same question they keep asking us. Are we going to buy this? We say, no, we have used our resources to do something for you that you would have spent money to do. So it's there for you to use it. So if you need the technical assistance, it's just you to reach out to us. And then in our collaboration, we will figure out, okay, how do we get the resources that are needed to provide the technical assistance to you? So it's not like you will pay us to provide this technical assistance to you.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up to that. Your technical assistance, is it request-driven? I mean, must a country come and request assistance, or you just get together and develop some ideas and put it out there?
It can go both ways. I mean, I speak more towards from Get Transform, but I think the modality is not so different. I mean, sometimes we have ideas based on work that we have done previously or which is ongoing, and we can always, so to say, bring this to countries that we are already working in, or bring it to our partners like AFUR or AMP and say, oh, hey, we have this interesting thing ongoing, and if maybe it is interesting to them, they can say, yes, we would like to implement this in our country as well. Or it can be also request-driven, for instance. So where, for example, AFUR has a lot of connections to the regulators and have regular meetings with them, and at our end also with the policy catalyst that I mentioned earlier. For instance, we would invite sort of an expression of interest and go through not an extensive but like a short vetting process to see who could then be part of the cohort. So with the ongoing windows that I mentioned, for instance, we have 6 countries that are part of the cohort, and the representatives from these 6 countries are somewhere in the range of 35 to 40. So that's sort of like what we would usually cap at. So yes, it's kind of, it goes both ways. It's both request driven and from our side as well.
I think if I can just add, from AMAP's side, it's also it's request driven. I mean, AMAP is grant funded. You know, there are no costs for the country level beneficiaries. It's really, if countries reach out, particularly through the sort of AFDB country offices, etc., and they're looking for support at various levels, that's obviously for free. You know, if we've had the resources and time, but that's how it works.
I'm Bernard from Paras Energy. My question is to Samuel, African Forum for Utility Regulators. Like in Nigeria, most of the mini-grid system we have right now, we have customer dissatisfaction, paying for services and you're not getting exactly what you're paying for. There is a lot of dispute that is unresolved. And with what we have on ground, going to reach out to a lot of communities now to say, okay, we are bringing this kind of investment, you see a lot of setbacks and the unwillingness to even want to patronize you. So where can you come in to fill this gap?
Well, the answer that I could give, the way we would come in is definitely through your regulator, NERC. I can say they are a very active member of R4. So it's about, if you reach out to them about some of these challenges, we can come in to maybe provide a bit of assistance on how to manage those challenges. Because I can tell you those challenges are not unique to Nigeria. It's just about going to most countries on this continent. You will find that level of dissatisfaction is usually there, but some regulators reach out to us. How do we resolve this issue? Yeah? And so we find ways, okay, can we help them? What kind of technical assistance do they need? I can give you the example, and we did this with, again, the support of Get Transform at some point last year. NERC reached out to us. We need some sort of capacity building for our officials on how to help the sector. And we provided that technical assistance. So it is imperative on your shoulders to be as open and candid with your regulator, to maybe show them, okay, there's a gap here, there's a loophole here, and then encourage them and say, okay, if you don't have the capacity to improve it, maybe seek help, seek assistance, and that assistance can be through us, the African Forum for Utility Regulators. It can be through the collaboration with organizations, such as the 4 organizations represented here. Or we can actually even pass it on and say, we don't have the capacity to do that. Perhaps AMP has the capacity. Perhaps AFDB has the capacity. So that's how I would suggest that that is answered.
Thank you so much. From the panelists, I've been getting like words such as complementing each other, collaboration, capacity building, consultation. I just want to find out how is the capacity building done for the beneficiaries? In the needs assessments that are being done, is there some technical support that is being done for the beneficiaries as well? Because at the end of the day, they are the ones that end up maybe with the systems. Thank you.
No, that's a very important question, thanks. Indeed, I mean, the beneficiaries are not forgotten. So it's true that when we, it mostly now comes when we are doing pilots, right? You mean the beneficiaries like the communities, right? That benefit, yes. So indeed, so there are different ways that we can do that. But typically what we will do is that, you know, when the mini-grids are tendered, then it's going to be a request, you know, for the developers or whoever is implementing the mini-grids to have this capacity building to the communities. So this is something that has to be done. It will not be something optional, it has to happen. So this is one way, and of course there are resources also in the budget to do that. And then also making sure, of course, that there is a representation of the beneficiaries in these different stakeholder platforms that we mentioned. For instance, the national dialogues, there will be also, you know, representatives from the communities to be able to also give their, you know, their opinion on what is being discussed and what would be needed. So yes, that is being, yeah, you know, we are the UNDP, we are of course very sensitive to the communities and to leave no one behind. That is our sort of motto, you know. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the presentation. My question will go straight to Afu. As a regulator point of view, we still have issues with consultancy and that of the developer that provide those facilities for maybe for the regulators. There has been sometimes challenges where you provide a capacity building. For instance, now you have built an AFU 2, which is a tariff methodology across all Africa countries. And they haven't fully implemented the tariff 2, is now working. And somebody will come from C4 and do another studies. Oh, there's gaps in this tool, there's this. In fact, there's a need to review those kind of challenge. It happens with us when there was a tariff tool designed for both Nigeria and Israel under the MCCU compact project. And then we implemented the tool. After 3 to 4 years, and they came C4D and another studies, and discover a lot of gaps. That in fact the tool is not transparent, there is no grant component, there is no capacity factor, there is no this. And we have to go back again and review the tariff tool to actually match up all those gaps to identify those issues. So how do you really navigate through those challenges with those that are really benefit from your capacity you're providing, and then innovations that's taking place, other person will just come and do another story. So there's issue, this tool, if this tool cannot work here. How do you navigate within those challenges? Please, thank you.
All right, thank you for that interesting question. I would say that the way we dealt with it at R4 is that, and I hinted on it earlier, developing these tools, we have done it collaboratively. That's number one. I can tell you, for example, the mini-grid tariff tool. We spoke to donors, we spoke to funders, we spoke to developers, we spoke to regulators, we spoke to rural electrification agencies, we spoke to ministries of energy and to ministries of finance. So you're able to pick out what works for everyone. But also on top of that, designing this, you can't make everyone happy. So you would have to reach a bit of a compromise. I understand, I know the tool you're talking about, the issues that came up with it. On our end, it had to be a compromise. Regulators wanted a lot of data. Developers were saying it's too much data they're requesting for. We had to find a middle ground. But then in terms of developments and things like that, technology is always developing. That's why it's advisable. And like you said, 3-4 years down the road, you have to relook at it. Say, okay, is it still relevant? Are there aspects of, you use the example of the tool, are there aspects of this technology, the tool, that can be removed, can be updated? Are there things we can add? So as long as technology is evolving, you will definitely keep reviewing. But as long, the short answer to your question is, it was a collaborative effort to make sure that everyone felt we own this tool. We did this together. It's not something that came from heaven and was given to us. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want also to add that indeed, I mean, typically, you know, we don't pretend our technical assistants or tools or trainings are perfect. And in fact, the one that Robert mentioned, we are pre-piloting tomorrow with our audience is a typical example because we know the material is very robust, you know, it has been really developed by experts. We know, you know, the content is there. But now, how do you deliver it in a way that is really efficient? This is a different question. And that is why we really also need to get the feedbacks from the, you know, the people, the audience that we are training. So that is a message also to all of you when you benefit from some of these technical assistance. We are really welcoming feedbacks, even if it's negative feedback, you know, in a sense that things can be, you can call it areas of improvement, so that it looks, you know, it sounds nicer, but in the end, it's really what we need, so that, you know, the next one will be better.
All right. Thanks for the responses. I think we are a bit short of time, so I think if there are no further questions, we should just wrap this up. So I just want to say thank you to the audience for joining us. It's not a finance session, so we didn't know what our pulling factor would be, but it's a good turnout. But no, thank you to the panelists. Thanks for coming along. I think it's been an interesting conversation, and thank you, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
to them. The third thing that we had to do was to build out the maintenance infrastructure, the customer acquisition infrastructure as well, and also a bunch of other support services that are embedded in this whole subscription package that we deliver to the drivers. Over the last 7 years, we've raised some funding, about $40 million in equity. All of that has gone into building out this and scaling the infrastructure that's needed to actually support the rollout of these vehicles. And then in terms of fleet financing, we've brought on board about 12 financing partners across, from commercial banks to DFIs to private debt providers, etc. The transition to electric over the last 5 years has been very exciting for us. We've heard about some of the work we've done in rural communities like Bambu. But we've also done extensive pilots as well in cities, including Lagos, Accra, as well, and also Ibadan, which is our biggest city of operation today. And what we're very excited about is the promise to deliver even much greater value to our customers. As I mentioned earlier, most of our customers rely on us to earn a living, right? These vehicles are pretty much businesses for them. They're, you would consider them to be micro or small businesses, because this is how they live on a day-to-day basis. What EVs, as we saw in the earlier presentation, enables us to do is to deliver even more value, more savings to these drivers, and ultimately more net income to new financiers, with mini-grid operators, with energy companies, to provide the required infrastructure to then drive the large-scale transition away from ICE engines into electric. Thank you.
Thank you, Tayo. While in our booth there, a lot of people kept asking about electric mobility. So for now, I will leave also the questions for you. Apologies, my panelists. We actually had thought we'll be able to go through all the questions. I guess our marketing side has taken a lot of time. So I want to give opportunity, because a lot of people kept coming to us to ask questions, and I told them, please look forward to this panel so that you can pose your questions. So okay, I was going to ask how many people have questions so that we can take numbers and see if we still have time to then ask. I have my own questions too. I would still love to ask. Okay, so we'll start from there. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Allow me, please help me with the mic. Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, folks. Matt Oros, One Power, mini-grid operator in Lesotho and Benin. I'm a big fan of bikes. I'm a biker. And it's been totally natural that we've been speaking about bikes this whole time, but I missed the part where it was discussed why we're not talking about cars and buses and minibuses and 4x4s. Is there a reason why it's just bikes?
Or is there anyone that would love to take it?
Yeah, I mean, when you think about, about vehicles, right? 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, 4-wheelers, especially from an electric standpoint, you're thinking about infrastructure, you're thinking about cost, you're thinking about financing, you're thinking about market size, etc., right? When you look across, when you think about all of these different dimensions of what it takes to actually deliver a mobility solution, it's pretty easy to come to the conclusion that 2-wheelers and perhaps 3-wheelers are the low-hanging fruit on the journey to electrification. Now, obviously, there's a few other pioneers working on buses as well, like Basigo out of Kenya and a few others. So there's definitely a lot of work going on across all of the different vehicle types. But I think from a scale standpoint, particularly in the short term, I think the evidence suggests that 2-wheelers are the easiest, right, lowest hanging fruit to deliver large-scale adoption for electric mobility. But obviously, to your point, all of the other vehicle types are also very, very relevant. But of course, they have significant capex challenges. For example, the pilot in Lagos that was done by Owando with the Lagos State government, each bus that they deployed, U-turn buses, cost about $400,000, right? How much funding is available to deploy those sorts of vehicles at the sort of scale that would move the needle, right? That's a tremendous amount of capital. And we will get there, right? But I think for now, 2-wheelers are still, and 3-wheelers are the lowest hanging fruit. Yeah.
Thank you, Tayo. Does anyone? Okay, so Daniel.
Hi, so 2 questions. First one being, with regards to charging infrastructure, from what I understand, I think it is majorly attached to mini grids for now. But when you want to scale, maybe to vehicles, to four-wheelers, right? What would you envision would be the model for charging stations or the charging infrastructure? And then the second question has to do with regulation and standards. So in terms of standardizing the product that we get in Nigeria here, batteries, charging stations and whatnot, what's your take on what is obtainable now and where we're going in the next few years with regards to standards and regulation and policies?
Okay, I'll take a stab at that and then I'll hand over to my co-panelists as well. I think to your first question around infrastructure, charging infrastructure, if I heard that correctly. So if you think about it, right, electric mobility, right, it's two words. It's electric, it's mobility, right? Electric means power, energy, right? So think all of the problems and complexities of delivering energy, right? And on the other hand, you have mobility. Think all of the problems of delivering meaningful mobility solutions within the context of Africa. And then add those two problems together. That's what it takes to deliver electric mobility. So on the electric side, obviously, a lot of players already in that space, C&I leasing companies, mini-grid companies, tons of energy companies, discos, etc. All of them working together to build different types of solutions to provide that infrastructure. Now, for our company, specifically at Max, we're not fundamentally a power company, right? So the approach that we've taken is to partner with companies that are specialized in providing, fairly reliable and clean energy at the designated locations where the battery stations or charging stations are needed, right? So there's tons of players who have deep, long-standing expertise in the area of delivering clean energy reliably in a distributed way that's, etc. And those folks are attacking that problem, right? Now, obviously, there's the financing challenge as well, right? Almost every company in Africa is some sort of embedded finance company, right? Because in order to deliver your products to most of the customers that you serve, most of them don't have cash to buy what you're selling off at once. So you have to figure out a way to make it easy for them to purchase your product. And that's why all of us operators in the space, across mobility, energy, etc., all need more financing lines, both on the debt side, on the equity side, and mezzanine, and all other forms of capital, to be able to scale and harvest the opportunity in front of us. And to your question on policy, I mean, it's ongoing, right? The Nigerian government has set up the Energy Transition Office and a bunch of other organizations and think tank groups, etc., that are working together to create harmonized approaches that would enable us to accelerate this energy transition, right? Is it completely done? No, right? There's the tremendous amount of work that still needs to be done. If you look at it at a Pan-African level, of course, some countries are ahead, right? Like Rwanda has a much clearer framework already. Kenya is making a lot of progress as well. Ghana is doing the same. Nigeria is not too far off. Ethiopia has done a tremendous amount of work as well. So on the policy side, a lot has been done, right? But there's still a tremendous amount of work that still needs to be done, ideally, maybe at the AU or at the Pan-African level. And I'm sure AFDB is doing a lot of work trying to drive that conversation with governments as well, especially with the funding that's been mobilized. Obviously, countries that are much further along in the policy frameworks, taking out duties, etc., whatever is needed to accelerate this transition will get more of the funding upfront. So I think the race is on. Lots of progress, but still huge amounts of gaps as well.
Nico?
Yeah, I think you summarized it nicely. You already said, Tayo, that you want 100% renewable energy for your electric vehicles. And if you look into some countries like Ethiopia, for example, or Uganda, you have 100%, close to 100% renewable energy in your grid, right? And you just plug in and you charge. And when you talk about electric motorbikes or electric bicycles or electric three-wheelers, you're talking about a relatively small amount of energy that need to be charged into the vehicles. So therefore, this could be done in a few hours, right? How long does it take to charge your vehicle? 3 hours? 2 hours. See, yeah. And that is that is fast chargers, or that is also at a regular socket? 3 hours at a regular socket. See, it's not much time, right? So that is one thing. Of course, here in Nigeria, you have close to 100% non-renewable energy in your network, so it's a little bit more challenging. But at the same time, look at the solar PV panel market, right? At the moment, you can purchase PV panels for $0.10 per watt peak. Like lower than ever. And therefore, any electricity coming out of these panels, and you don't even need to convert it into AC, right? There are chargers where you can take it directly from the panel, put it into a DC-DC converter, put it into the battery. That's it. So your charging station doesn't need to cost much, right? It's basically pocket money.
Thank you, Nico. So we have less than 1 minute. We'll take the two questions together and see if we can get one of our panelists to address the two questions. Thank you.
Yep. First of all, thank you so much for a good discussion here. My name is Magnus Nielsen. I work for the Danish DFI called IFU. We are an investor interested in both EVs and mini-grid developers. So I have a question on the bit related to your question on the EV charging infrastructure. Nico, how do you see the interactions between EV companies and mini-grid developers in supplying this infrastructure?
Next question, please. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I think mine are very simple questions. There are two. One is to do with how you're dealing with e-waste from the e-mobility. And the last one is on the regulations. I think I've noted that most countries are going into e-mobility when the regulations are not yet in place. So I just want to learn from you the lessons that you have learned when you're implementing e-mobility when the regulations are not yet in place. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think the first question was to you, Nico.
Yeah, thank you. This was a question on how mini-grid companies work together with e-mobility providers. So far, we have seen experiments. We've seen some mini-grid companies coming up with their own models. And I think this is probably one of the easier ways to go, that mini-grid companies themselves basically acquire e-mobilities, two-wheelers, mainly three-wheelers potentially, and then run the scheme in their mini-grids. The challenge in mini-grids is the distance, right? It's the distance and the relatively low density. Think of 20 motorbikes in one mini-grid. For that, you need a maintenance hub. For that, you need to go there regularly to provide spare parts. For that, you need to somehow go to site to repair things, the chargers, the bikes, right? And the bikes also have wear parts, right? So you need to somehow maintain them. And therefore, we need capable technical staff on site. And that is usually not really something that companies like Max or like Bodaberg or GoGo Electric or others would like to do because it's extra effort. It's like the lower hanging fruits at the moment are in the urban centers for these companies. But the mini-grid companies themselves, they have technical expertise. They usually don't like to go into too many different businesses, but if they see an opportunity, they grab it, right? And I think what we need is some kind of matchmaking, right? And it's not you who need to go into these rural areas. It's basically you needing to provide bikes with a certain financing package, because financing is something that mini-grid operators usually don't have. And then they can operate it, they can manage it, and they probably need training from you. So that is what I see will be the rollout of e-bikes in mini-grids. And now I prepared some small numbers for that. Like, just imagine Nigeria with its 10,000 planned mini-grids. Like, Rea is thinking about electrifying 10,000 rural villages with mini-grids in the coming 7, 8 years or so. And just imagine just 20 vehicles per mini-grid, and then say 50% of those villages are covered by the 20 vehicles. We are already talking about 100,000 vehicles, right? It's not a small market. It's something that you can really seriously think about.
Thank you, Nico. Would you want to take the second question? Talking about e-waste. Sorry, apologies. Can you come again?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, e-waste is a big thing. There are a few innovators as well, right? If you think about the electric mobility value chain and energy value chain, the exciting thing is that there are specialist companies that are addressing different dimensions of the value chain. There are companies like, I think, Hinkley Recycling, right? and a few others who are building very specialist capabilities around the ability to turn around the old batteries, etc., that need to be recycled. One single company isn't definitely doing it all, right? But I think as long as all of the right partners continue to work together, right, across the continent, e-waste isn't really going to be such a big challenge. But some of the dynamics in there, in our case, when we looked at it initially, was we considered potentially moving or shipping back some of the old batteries back to the manufacturers, right? A lot of them are obviously in Asia. But when we looked at the cost of transportation and a bunch of other things, it just didn't make economic sense to do that. And then what we started seeing was a few specialist companies setting up operations locally in different parts of the continent, including in Nigeria, who are able to take on the complexity of recycling the batteries and managing the waste properly. So it's a very critical aspect of the transition to electric mobility. There are a few companies that are already working in that area, and I don't foresee a big challenge in that area going forward.
Thank you, everyone. We've really gone past our time.
Just one point on the e-mobility, on the e-waste point, and that really highlights, I think, some of this political alignment and market signals that the government needs to make. In Rwanda, you have the government already being very clear about the speed at which they want to move to electric vehicles, and therefore being able to enter into conversations with European waste management companies to set up battery recycling facilities on the ground in Kigali. And so that is the kind of signal, that alignment is what's needed in order to send the right signal to set up the facilities locally in order to deal with that.
Thank you, Benjamin. I was going to say again, Benjamin has another session, so we need to wrap up actually because I see so they've come to get him. Thank you, everyone. And I would say most of your questions and answers, they are already in the developer guide we came up with in the Market Insight package. Please come around, come get a copy, come scan a copy. You'll get answers in terms of your policy questions, in terms of the stakeholders, in terms of the e-waste. All the questions are answered in the Market Insight document we were able to develop. So please, I once again want to say thank you to our panelists. Thank you, everyone, for the active participation. And we look forward to you joining our other sessions. Thank you.
You want to move over here, maybe? Okay.